back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you. A beacon of light emerges from deep within you. The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
To say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not...
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question anyhow. My name is Rustam Diodor, investor, license holder, an extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, and yet it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune.
And blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything, but then Once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diverse. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Which one? Reva Show, where I nominally reside, or Gra, where my father immigrated from, or Ildekashe Pro, where I've registered my shell companies. Listen, Mr. Dubois, if capital and nationalism went hand in hand, states are akin to boulders in a river, slowing the free flow of ideas. Given enough time, the water, it is truly, it's almost entirely carefree.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's...
Oh Lord, not this again. We have a... and yet...
And, actually, at the level this guy is...
But some of my lower net worth friends say it is truly.
Hey.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself. It's some statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meets an extremely high net, among other things, but calm down, I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. They're actually...
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun.
Wouldn't say it's exactly safe now, but financially secure individuals.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Was it Krasmazov that said that he may have been a commoner, but we're in agreement? It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together. There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. They're always more, and they never... Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you.
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, as you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are any nearest 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Unbelievable. You managed to meet a man who's so rich, light literally bends around him, and all you can get out of him is 3 real? What's wrong with you?
Yes, I'm sure. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come.
This is a proposal. not a question. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Thanks for stopping by. If welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked about before. Oh, that one. That should be it.
Told you.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you to mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god, how did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys. Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect. No, they're not. They're vermin, and one just found a way inside my container. Soon, he'll bring the others. All three of them. Thank you for... I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry. Mr. Dubois, the golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo. He has no idea.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant...
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in... Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church...
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez
You would look nice as a statue.
Damn right I am, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as she is one day.
A true flash of anger in him, as he thinks of her.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. Why a war of...
And what do you have?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start... Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our... The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them. You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still... We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the contain...
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his...
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy...
A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself. 2,372. Plus yours...
2,373. And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose?
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local...
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The with renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical... All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running.
Wow. A neurochemical. Psychoactive labor uprising stroke hostile takeover.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad. Has bad optics. May be illegal in some... We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrolid.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with a ball. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. It's also far removed from my men and the... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor... Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical... Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering? Yes, if you start thinking about it like that, the socialist municipal body sort of is like a corporation, isn't it? It uses corporate law. We're incorporated. I like to think we're using the best... We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big time mode, Harry. Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as...
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men. because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds
like a very disturbed and desperate individual.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she...
There it is again. The pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, some...
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast, the one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between... This has been so great. I'm sorry I'm always happy. Very nice, Harry. Is there...
Mister, I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting. Mr. Evrat doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about? Mr. Edgar is Mr. Evrat's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. Very smart. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Evrat's turn to look after the union. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in stressful times like this.
Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really... Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men.
That's precisely what he is. Everard's...
Who do you mean, mister?
You do realize he might just be a figment of your imagination, right?
I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing...
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with...
He's probably one of those rare specimens who are born when two drunk seamen stumble on top of each other on the deck.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Evrat would like it very much. You better ask him. The night guard, he was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. All systems functional. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most. The children. Steal the Union boss's idea. Add a twist and present it as your own. Very...
A youth center, huh? What kind of...
A place to train buff kids. A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-dis... Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
children who'll be there to buy stuff in the future. When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of here's the round of seed funding? This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes?
Bratan, now's your chance to take some time off. Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process. What is this shit? Calculating risks? Bratan! The risks you can't calculate are the only ones worth taking!
The lieutenant looks at you with horror. You've been mumbling.
Yes. Now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual. Remember, it's not a handout.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. Is he having a stroke?
I'm not unimpressed.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with? Who am I, anyhow?
Mr. Diodore.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry.
Oh Lord, not this again. We have a murder to solve, and yet it...
All I did,
And blow.
but then some of my lower net worth friends said to me, it is true.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose.
Oh Lord, we have a... And yet...
All I did,
And blow.
but then some of my lower capital makes one speechless.
Hey, all this talk about money has made...
What do you mean? Are you talking about? Oh, it's some statistic among other things. No.
A man this chill
I see nothing of...
Yes, I imagine traveling.
wouldn't say...
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Well, as we said last, it's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extreme, there simply aren't spending money, is smart luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so, don't get me wrong. There...
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low...
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that. The pleasure was farewell, friend.
Mr. Dubois, mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers. Honestly, Harry, we might be moving a spot of drugs through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect. No, they're not. They're vermin, and one just found a way inside my container. Soon, he'll bring the others. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
The door seems to be locked. A rusting control panel, no screech of metal. Crane does not rip. This is generally speaking, it would be dishonorable to take it. But then, it looks like a military uniform, and wearing that is very honorable.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic. Try not to wear it with other...
The payphone hangs. The file cabinet stands hundreds, and the same you already went through the drawers.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Is it, I don't, uh-huh.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Rev.
The display rack is. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Yeomdar, standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. Behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Yeomdala Man, the man. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick, find someone or something that needs to be gutted. The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Yeomdal saga. Meet man from Yeomdal, his faithful blood brother, Tyribald. Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical. Adapted from man, a brazen attempt to bilk fans for more money by splicing together old stories under a new title. Their main concern is the continuation of the franchise. Not the back blurb below, a brazen attempt to people find comfort in familiarity, remembering old experiences, looking at old photos. The story opens in media res. The man from Yeomdal and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering whites. Led by nightfall, only the man from Yeomdal and his blood brother, noble Tyribald, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyribald. 9 Tyribald. The man from Yeomdal bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage. For the Northlands, it is physically impossible for a human being to effectively dual-wield, and with deadly finesse, his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse like ragdolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two. A few chapters later, the man from Yeomdal and Tyribald are in a completely different setting. This book makes a mockery of the very idea of good plotting. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Yeomdal to rid his kingdom of the man from Yeomdal extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of... What do you mean? Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because, above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Yeomdal. What do you mean? Is that all? He is the man from Yeomdal, forged in the fury of battle. Death, he doesn't even have a real name. What is... Hey, nothing wrong with Musk. The point is, why should you care about this character? Does he have any inner conflicts? Unspoken motivation? He is the wildest man alive. The only mortal strong enough to wield the twins Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang. What are you, a book critic? Enough. You're ruining the pacing of the story. What pacing? You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey. In the center of the Great Hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of nectera are as the vile ceremony ends. The sound of steel unsheathing draws the nectera's attention. This is what you came for, isn't it? Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheath glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Yeomdal. And in an instant, the nectera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the... Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Yeomdal and Tyribald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul nectera. The man from Yeomdal's soda-like. He probably is, but you can't be sure, because this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, to be considering the sheer amount of different Yeomdalaman. The man from Yeomdal stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim... The display rack is... This is entirely, completely you.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral related. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart. Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken. Well, I hope it contains what...
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Sala. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of name. You can do it. It'll be worth it. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what... That's the spirit. Here we go. Dolores Day. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash. Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust... Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day. Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed. Question 2. Who? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. I don't even have to say it anymore. Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. Zero doubts. Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism. Oh yes, militarism. Yes, obviously. Incorrect. He was a violent bastard, out to torture, maim, and kill whoever stood in his way. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. A D, not particularly remarkable, but technically a pass. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real...
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget...
Medicinal purposes of the pill. The cover, flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pill. A large pharmacopoeia makes up... You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called... Finally, something to calm the anger. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pill, as well as there are a number of CO-like tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition. What you're describing is booze. You don't need any. There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, first, you need to choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add? The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should... The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago. A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this. The barbell waits. No, it's just a memory. This old fireplace is a diagram for summoning. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic history classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aqua radio frequencies, it seems, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular, perhaps. Looks like they must have had massive air width. Someone, the leader, a conductor, whoever decides, a list of names. All of this is, there's no.
My God. It's as if the less money... Exactly. This schedule.
Nothing. Your flashlight slides over. Some of the writing has faded with age. These light translucent. Who are all? One of the Welkins. Tau. Your eyes glide over the photo collar. Entire, albeit a pinned post. This, it looks at everyone. So much pain. As time goes,
Looks like
a note in the bottom. The handwriting. The full outside.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
Oh, sorry of it. Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is... I just don't know anymore. Officer, I just can't do the... Yes? Yes.
He fine.
We all go...
We are both...
It is... I just don't know it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
You keep coming back.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Very cool. The economy thanks you, officer.
The speakers below.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage. Everything still...
You see rows of toy soldiers. They're not all blue. These figurines also...
This is what the lawyer...
Which ones?
Big men.
Franconite.
Along. This set of soldiers...
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like... I don't...
He seems to have his own... All the old A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamp.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Why?
Why must we stop to look at this?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this. The O Wall Father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Sure, if you must.
Hello again, officer. What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really. Hello again, officers. Have you come?
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. I think everyone would rather you didn't. Stop quivering.
But that would mean he'd...
You're a real... Sure, anytime. Us...
She only... The right idea. You know what you've got.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
They do say the painter always paints... No, it's great.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter
Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this. She squints her eyes.
On fire. I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. Then get your brush.
Oops. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach, like climbing up there.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Have you...
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you. I think everyone would rather... You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try and... Sure, anytime. Us shit artists have to help.
She only gave it to you because she does... The right idea is not coming to her. It's... You know what you've got in that fuel canister you... paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder?
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%. The shine on these sunglasses.
No luck. All you find.
The shine on these sunglasses. Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become alright, but these actually make your vision worse. Yes, but they also.
Wow, officer! You look so cool! And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
Our tenant, the police.
The sea's gonna come.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to... But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I fear I've told you all I know. The sailors...
Where is he now?
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now. Ready? Quite a few.
What next?
Then he made his way... Revachol.
The old...
You said you can't...
I can't.
Somewhere in Martinez looking into Krenel.
That may...
For all the boys looking for it.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Oh? A takeover? Taking it.
Green livery, changing it like a cancer of the...
Then we're talking about a war. Evrat needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. No. It's naive of me. And if he does not avert his course, it will be a war negotiation, detectives. They most certainly are not. Krenel has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. It will take more than Krenel to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives?
What do you suggest I do? Everything affects the decision-making.
Officer?
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Do you think it's within my authority to give it to them?
It is. It is well within her authority. It's...
What will I do? Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as the nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, it was anything but normal. There was no precedent until after years of trial and error and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating...
Called Volta Doma, or Return.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her council slowly raining down until it falls.
The air is cold and there are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back, like... So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open. The droplets feel warm.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination, but they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000...
You've thought it 1,000,000 times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian, the first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, Detective. The coat of arms of... In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention before, when she said its name.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, but these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies. There was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of It is.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City.
I will take your advice, Lieutenant Chiefrater. I will surrender Terminal B.
She puts her hand in the rain.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time they...
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez, if you handle the situation on the ground.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
You're wrong, Detective. And next time, you should confer with those superiors before you...
Despite his words, he's not really events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
I have not deceived you. I told you exactly who I was. Rejoice Layton. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here. Keep the peace, and I will keep...
How far along is Cronel's?
A confrontation is imminent. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all... One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. No, Detective. No.
Don't worry, Madame. I am very...
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year.
She would die to return to it. The Pale.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled...
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller, with worry in his eyes. He does not know. You wonder what Everard. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between.
Yes?
Tequila.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spice.
Danko.
There's
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Welcome back.
Yo, man, what's on your mind? Yo, man, what's on your mind?
dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of test your limits, surpass them. This is for your posse. They got to keep it up. They got to move. You are the major might enforcer.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder come!
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
That's easy. Antennas.
Yes, what is it?
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of the wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few twisted, pitiful trees. From behind you, A low, spectral voice. Beyond the unkempt backyard rises the voice again. Just a moment. That voice isn't human. And you turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your...
The dead king and his horse.
It may work, you think, but why do...
We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables to some of the stranded lorries, we could theoretically increase the antenna's wavelength exponentially.
Whatever ambivalence she had about your project before, she's now fully in...
Quiet. I'm doing maths. It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire roundup...
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
What you choose to call it isn't my concern. I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply, I will secure on my own. All we require now, I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Makinema.
Absolutely not.
I highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in the front row at the National Concert Hall.
There is no need to go out of your way to find a top-shelf radio for this purpose. Certainly, though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. Frankly, it's not worth the bother. Just find a regular radio. That sounds like a perfectly adequate radio. In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the materials. We will meet back here when you have it.
Good morning! Yeah! Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Good morning! Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz. The young man bobs his...
Good morning! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat. Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressed. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux side.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop Man? Did you break him?
Are you ready?
Noid straightens his...
I was born ready, Ed.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass...
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
Introducing the ultimate sound! God damn it! This dance club idea might DeLorean chat.
This is it. This is a new. Who will be the innocence of her?
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
O pasado de agente. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. So after his death, we had nothing left. And we were in danger. It was a stupid idea. And I'm still
Aren't there any local authorities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was...
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. Confront Everard. Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere, is it?
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer. Hey, man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain.
Total darkness. You sink down the here. It will begin. Who fucking cares? God, where is your God? Oh, don't worry. This is a pivotal moment. Nothing. Just the who fucking know. Orgasm.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull to rule the world. Yes, it's all true.
From what I can see, it's about to...
Foolhardy! Do you even know what's happening?
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, you must have touched upon an entirely new way of moving the human body. Every motion is pumping your brain full of endorphins. As you open your eyes, you should scream. Hyper, hyper. It seems you have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called eggheads, entirely, rigidly, imbecilic, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness, no deliberation.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. He's having trouble adjusting to the new
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on, then. What?
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Are you kidding me? What? Get the what?
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork. Nah, it's not Ruby.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. Now, check the...
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. The young woman lifts her headphones up.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back. The dynamic motion of your flailing body is boredom. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
we go again. Hardcore fills the air. The sound above my hair.
The what now? The sound above...
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stove church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am la Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit. My heart is the wind corridor, the bottom. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, You move through my streets freely in motor carriages. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah! I bet you did.
That's all great, but we should really get going.
You might be imagining it, but it feels...
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? End of human development. Mission complete. All right!
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Goodbye, officer. Yo, man. What's on your...
Hot cock.
Lorry stuck, the window, fumes of heavy fuel oil.
Likely.
He was acting. The woman.
Huh?
This found the smell of cigarettes. There's something odd about it. It takes a few moments, but eventually, as you take the transceiver in your hands.
Funny, isn't it? The lady driver used this same radio to evade coalition authorities, and now you are using...
Where the radio used to be, there's just a rectangular shedder. It's about the size of a small box of pasta, but that's the mark of Esther as Electronica, one of the major manufacturers of advanced...
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation. But an Esteras is certainly nothing to sniff at. But if you compare the feature sets, I would say they are more or less equivalent. It should, assuming we can find a way to replace the frequency dial.
The movie stars are still smiling. You close the rusty old... A common office radio.
There's usually a little switch somewhere.
The lock disengages with a nice click. You may now safely... There's nothing obviously remarkable about it. It's about the size of a common pasta box. If this transceiver were a person, it would be an accountant at a large logistics firm. Perfectly competent, but unexceptional.
I'm not sure where you're getting that. It's a...
The transceiver appears slightly bewildered by your comment.
It doesn't, frankly. Don't get me wrong. This appears to be a fine transceiver for a general audience, but it's not something a serious radiohead would use. I suppose it will.
With its transceiver gone, the radio has ceased. The payphone had...
Mister.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know.
There's a mean little...
Did it look like a jerk?
His jaw is clenched, and his quadruple chin. You get a sinking feeling.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck. Harry, I bunked her cabin. I bunked her whole boat.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Not me personally. I had guys recording and... Hell no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. No, no, Harry. What we have is real. We're
in there, under pillows of winter fat, his stress-ridden heart still beats furious.
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. Against you? Oh, Harry.
It was interesting. No arguing against that.
Of course she did. Rich people have the best stories.
It saddens him that she can.
She's not insane. What did she tell you? No, she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. I can see that, Harry. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. Rich man is shitting himself. The working class sober. What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need... Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire. That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, you knew something. Something big. And it's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report.
Just look at the 3 of us. The 3 careless boyaderos. Good times. Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. What can I help my best friend, Fanny? That doesn't ring it.
Fanny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church.
Oh, that a Sal. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some melodic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched, but what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to?
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're...
Found God knows where? That a cell is the daughter of Miko the kebab. A man who once killed... I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub. Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to... But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? I'm always happy to educate and... Very nice. Let's hear it, Harry. But of course, Harry. Your priest...
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Of course, Harry, of course. Most certainly. By all means, Harry.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
No.
Make way for the mess.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the
This is Precinct 57. How may I... Just a second. Sylvie Malay. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me. No, people don't...
So the union...
Seems like Glacia wasn't lying when she said it was her. This corroborates...
Are you sure, Lieutenant? For some reason, you have a little doubt.
What? Of course it... No one called... You know...
Garbage. Push her. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
The other people who...
Her voice is resigned and weak.
You don't live here. You don't understand. Please, I just didn't want any... The other...
Her voice is...
You don't live here. Please, I just didn't want to... I didn't know I...
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes. Fine. But...
An angry cop refusing to face his demons and breathing on the other end suggests that Sylvie is still on the line. She heard everything.
What? Of course it bothered. No one calls... You know...
Garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Push her No, don't push her. The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry but just god.
Yes, I know. What? Of course it bothered. No one called... You know...
Garbage. Push... No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's a...
The other...
Her voice is resigned and weak.
You don't live here. Please, I just didn't want any... The other...
Her voice is resigned.
You don't live here. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
The fucking nerves on her. You can almost hear the girl getting smaller on the other end of the line until...
Okay. Please, you were trying to...
Sounds like it's going...
Great.
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? It will...
Her voice...
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time? I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Ah, great to hear it. Stop by sometime when you're done with your case. Oh, it's you. I know a woman skilled at that sort of thing. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
In the cabin, you see...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hey, was there something you needed?
The Copper-NATO is back. What do you want? Yeah? What? The what?
She said...
What?
We were talking... This guy barely understands.
There you have
it. It feels like you'll get to know. the worn and...
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. It's empty, like the filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Nothing happened. Something's missing. Nothing happened. Your flashlight, some of the writing. This old diagram, the whole thing resembles...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. Good.
You hold in your hand the colorful...
Good.
It is a very useful skill to have, he thinks. For all sorts of... The alphabet, every page as A is... H is for homeboy. Q is... That's it. The Greatest Innocence by Joao. Browsing through, you can do it. Your educational survey is done. Probably for the best.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit old. Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? How did I be?
She doesn't.
Some of my friends were I've grown craft.
What is it? Ah, very good. Let's see what you have. Interesting. An Esterhaus EH4, heavily customized. This is an advanced mod.
She's impressed by your
I believe that means we're ready to get started. I should warn you, once we begin setting... So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. Ah, yes. I wasn't sure what to do about that, but then I discovered...
It's obvious. She's referring to your half-sunken Caprice 40.
Oh, yes. I did notice that it was covered in police livery. Then you already know. My intention is to run a power cable from the engine up to the antenna. It won't last forever, but it should give us enough time to establish a connect. That's up to you. At a minimum, I would make sure you are...
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing...
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the antenna connections.
Psst. It's the alcohol in the...
Finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep legal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist. I don't take them because they make me nauseous. But everyone has their reasons. That's fine. Return to me when you're ready to go.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pigs.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neuro...
Madame, please drop the firearm.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying a... I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, that one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike and bob.
Be careful, detective. Don't do...
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Officer in need of assistance. Suspect at large.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force.
What happened? Loneliness. Yes, sure. But also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease. The woman looks at you, but through... Sometimes when things get very bad, it's...
This is the police! Unlawful...
So this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
Fascinating. See? This is what happens when we're not around.
It's the goddamn police shit!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoule, magnesium, duramine, maybe even...
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
I do? Gareth? No,
Aggravated!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a...
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration!
It's not a code. Just, she's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm. You know...
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening. Host almighty. Don't count on that. You saw the Binoclard can't shoot for shit.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me up.
Scavin, her hand is...
Madame, please drop the...
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her.
The man appears. Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground. Subject your...
In her mind...
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Officer!
Ma'am, please. We...
Disturbance.
What happened? Loneliness. Yes, sure. But the woman looked sometime. So this is what the weather's like. On the...
Fascinating. See? This is what happens when we are not around.
It's a gun.
As she weighed magnesium, dramamine...
Compass.
I don't think she's...
Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed.
What's the situation?
Does she not believe you two are actually police?
License and registration.
It's not... She's losing it. One twitch and there would... She's frantic.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me up.
Scavin, her hand...
Madame, please drop...
You shouldn't be here.
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply.
Arise.
I am the police. Lateral vascular neck restraint.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
She's frantic, confused.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me up.
Scavin, her hand...
Madame, please drop...
You shouldn't be...
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the...
Comply. The man superseding event. Subject yourself to a...
In her mind...
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything.
She's frantic, confused. Host almighty. Don't...
Suicide back home. Split-second decision.
In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant will...
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks. Grab the gun. Right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore.
This linden-headed machine of pain and undignified suffering.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever...
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness, could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did... I don't think there's any need for it. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry. But I think we are done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please. Leave the radio on.
She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. stands slumped. Is one of those things a police cat? She doesn't even flinch as you... Oh, it's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't react.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want? What's that?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping...
Yeah. We'll send someone. God, poor lady. Don't worry.
Hey, wasn't Everard's beat team looking for her the other day?
Yeah, I think you're right, G.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
No? Well, whatever.
No. They totally said what it was. What was...
I don't remember. Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we always...
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to know? Was? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved.
Us kids? That the children kept her together.
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she...
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't. Because...
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs level weird. But dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective.
No problemo.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
it's you again. Excellent. That will be 10 real. This was an especially fun set to make.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hair.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Just a...
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. 10-4, sir. Sorry. 10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? 10-4, sir. 10-4. Roger that.
It's getting late, and it's raining. Time to call it a day. It's getting late.
Good night, officer.
On the table, you see a bowl. An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning. Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning south.
You think she really needs more of that after a man? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation.
I have, and I don't really.
Walks are fucking great cardio. Very stable fat burner. Aerobic exercise.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us?
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it eerie and simple.
All right, I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. Me too. It's been ages since I just had a normal...
She means men.
All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and it's raining. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going...
Her thoughts are still elsewhere, with distances across the water. And with the...
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. It's no bother. Don't get many excuses.
She means her kids.
Aye, by the looks of you, you do. Here it comes.
So fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command.
Me? No, no, no. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here. Otherwise, it would have been a less pleasant...
You should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Ravisholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. And what about you? Keeping the name? Can't wait to hear it.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us?
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost, or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit...
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all.
Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede.
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas. Grit of the sand and the green glint.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? I guess we wouldn't really be here if...
You would be incinerated, or worse.
These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fishhooks.
She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. The wind ruffles her hair.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother...
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
I always do. I like...
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun. Here we go. 2 different approaches to cap this off with style.
Aye. And a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side? Well, now you have that giant thing to watch over you. The wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but... Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. Doubt it. But thank you.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for him.
Farewell.
As she walks off, the wind picks up, and the light from the sun seems to fade. worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown. An old door, worn by elements. It's getting cold, this late in the night. The bed is comforting, if a bit run. The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're in.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent.
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if...
Enjoy it while it...
You're welcome, Harry.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings.
Go. On the table, you see... On the table, the water reflects. You almost look like a professional. Your face, such as it is, a regular human. An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Yes?
Our Canada, please.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country law official. Aye, but don't let it grow too much. This is not the place to settle down. Now, what's on your mind, officer? Oh? Who? Really? A lot of stuff. Intense. You're like...
The scruffy-haired little boy.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? Alternative? I don't even have a... There's a sewage...
Pipes can be broken with...
How to climb that ladder, you say? I do know that, Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that. No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to... If I'm not mistaken, then it involved months of following a very... In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by... Okay, I have some materials at home I could share with you.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand. The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and zoot, zap, pow, crinkle.
Okay, well...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed...
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go advance.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running. This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament.
All you'll find here is pain. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that look... You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
A mustachioed and... There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange...
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm... No, but...
It's not a quib. He trusts your gut feeling.
Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will...
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I don't know. Little things. But you're right.
You've been very, very thorough there. Your fingers approve.
I still don't think that was a good idea. But yes, our affairs...
Someone's been a very busy boy. Good on you.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire...
Let's try not... If you can't predict it.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be...
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by... A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest are piled in a heap. Poor things. The dome-shaped plastic boy bobs up and down. The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Poor things. Just dead and dying locust. Poor things. The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak. Poor things. The display rack. This is entirely...
It is a bestseller for a reason.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman. The jacket copy proclaims, "Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. He is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked..." You open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall wielding his two Zweihanders, his arms whirling like windmills. It calls out to you. This is the spirit of Revachol. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdall. Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. The steel muscles of Man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not. A passage reads, "The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heim, I have grand plans for you, Man from Heimdall." She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. "First, you shall please me." In the final pages, Man from Heimdall mounts Gallavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his to find out what happens next. You'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Shelves filled to the brim.
Of course. Such violence and immorality.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, the tagline reads, "Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an..." Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a
Are you really reading that, detective? Well, you won't find it in there. Those books are...
When was the last time you ravished a dame, detective? The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, an extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype, but also extremely accurate in your case. Give it time. You'll fall off the wagon. 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of... Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder.
What's the matter, detective?
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession... They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beaut, and not just any dame. She's truly one in a million, a knockout whose secrets are the currency. Your secrets are unknown even unto you. Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald. Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it a typical privileged twat? In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him at his home, Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once. One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer. The man's a prosecutor's nightmare. Solving a murder counts for nothing if that's just Dick Mullen's modus operandi. He might bend the rules, but he closes. As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns, "I love you." The name of the true kid. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some league, the heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders, but can you solve the case before the cops close in? What is it, detective? It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. What's the matter? Afraid? Have you gone over everyone? Is anybody missing? There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page. From nowhere, you hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor. You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words. Is it really so evil, detective? Like what? Do you even have those? Just make sure you don't lose him. It's true in more ways than you know. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to... So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a... Now go on. Find out who really... You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so far, you try to grab the pages as they come loose. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the page.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your...
Don't forget, it could have been the delirium. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. Shelves full of biographies of... Browsing through, suddenly, high speed next to that...
I really...
I'm sorry, I did not mean...
This bookstore is not strictly amidst the point of the book. It serves platted wholeness. When it's up to it's your own various paranatural. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. small mountain.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral, occult
Large letters on the front form a title, Wirral. The colourful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. Mysterious things rattle inside. None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche. It's not. It's for pansies. The man from Heimdall is way more awesome. A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is, in no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for the Tweog. Also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, they're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average, a very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure the least popular of the Wirral races. The Pygmies are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages it's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar. You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard. One of the leftist revolutionary. The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you. A colorful box with the title, Wirral.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the...
She calls that customer service.
Hello again, okay, but please, only... Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of... The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies... Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather...
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful.
The woman looks aloof. A small mountain of color...
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Yes? What about Honey? His hungry little...
Did he...
Yes, sometimes. I thought he was worried. No.
He has doubts, but...
We've hated it. Yes. In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot. Yes.
He finds comfort in...
We all got to go.
We are both...
It is... I just don't know.
Yes, what is it? Very good. If you'll help me...
Back across the water now. At least we are getting our exercise in today.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect...
It's done. I believe we are...
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some... Then it will be exactly like every other moment. Good. Beginning transmission.
A soft rustling. The snow seems to have gotten between your ears somehow. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for... We don't have time for indecision. Just say whatever first comes to mind.
You're all alone out there. Wonder. The lieutenant looks up at you. He is nervous for you. Looking at him now, with both hands on his headphones. You see, very brief. Then he turns to you. He gives...
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull up.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken? Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr, seit auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist.
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind.
It's very likely, based on what we've recently learned. In the meantime, you must keep trying. Again?
It's gone now. A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
I didn't say anything.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
Yes. A particularly eerie specimen.
Right. I just wish I could...
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
What else is there to do? Keep trying.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge. Liebling, bitte. Ist unser
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply too strong. I did not expect simply locating the signal. We must consider several variables. Local entroponetic conditions. Fortunately, we have a more than adequate transceiver. And we're also unlikely to change our local entroponetic conditions. So, you need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
But you don't have...
Someone has been maintaining it.
No problem at all. You've already... Come on, son. This isn't anything but a common high. Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind.
That's true, but I can't leave my station, so it will have to be you.
You actually haven't, but you have proven that you are relatively
Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. Keep it together, champ. You've got this. And before you know it, you're safely perched atop the monument.
Yes, you're a natural gymnast,
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable. The programmer mentioned ammonia, but anything.
Well, do you see anything? Damn, I was afraid of that. And I didn't bring. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together. Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the worst signal. What do you mean? You adjust the... I'm afraid we're out of alternatives.
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are face to face with his imperious gaze. He seems ill-equipped. You can't help but feel, come on. Kings and sabers are so played out. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed instead? There seems to be just enough room between its teeth there. To your surprise, the saber slides snugly between them.
There is no way that is good.
It's making a very slight difference. The thing...
This faithful steed cuts a dashing figure with a clear sky. Across the river, you can see Coalition warship Archer tracing its gradual circle. A few of the idle lorry drivers and strikebreakers gesture. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your head.
That's very good.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed.
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois,
This is collision.
Ah! Excellent! You are connected.
This is it. You're finally getting, and by that they mean the ones with the... There is so much you wish you could ask.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? You are currently speaking with Collision-worthy Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachon. No, the captain of the Archer is deeply classified intelligence. Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we all...
You really don't have the faintest guess. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always. Not to mention the airborne artillery platform she works on. Her every word is backed up by the most powerful...
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the... For instance, as second signaler, we represent Collision-worthy Archer, which in turn...
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Interest umbrella. In Seoul, Samara, and us. Perhaps you could say that we represent the interest and hopes of a great many people. But you could say it all depends on your perspective. The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible, but now we've wandered quite far afield. That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view. Perhaps the best way to describe it is to say we have a... Oh, it looks quite lovely from here. From our portal, we see rolling hillsides. Ah, there are children playing by a small pond. The homes and gardens.
Le Jardin, Stella Marie, Saint-Baptiste. She's looking down on the suburbs of...
Ah, that must be. We've only recently been detailed to the Archer, so...
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way.
Martinez. That is to the west, yes? Stand by a moment. Yes, we are looking at the river now. That's interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no? Very well. Now, we're looking at an area that now we see the lake, and around that, a rather vibrant-looking city quarter. There are some... Oh, well, we see the many...
The old and irregular streets, like a grid drawn by a pool zip.
There are also a number of seabirds looping and twisting in the wind below us. No horses, though. And of course, we can see some people, but they... Oh, we really couldn't say. That's one of the limits of... And then, there's all the tear lying about. It's very unpleasant to look at. We're going to widen our viewfinder a bit. Yes, recycling is very important. The Collision always supports a roundabout. Aha! Yes, we see the monument. But there seems to be a man on top of it. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregular, Lieutenant. What are you doing on top of the public monument? It must be. In any event, it is certainly interesting to see you, even from afar.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short, officer. I estimate you...
Come again? We're picking up more interference. A very important question with beyond that. It may be said that we are...
Dolores Day. So
Oh, incomparably so.
Not true. Her beauty was like a glowing
She was the greatest innocence, the single most consequent, immeasurable. It includes intersolar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologians. It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable, because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people. All powers are incentivized to for the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free of violent conflict,
But in the modern era, we have made... It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination, dedicated their lives. There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to the loyalty. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day is right. And then there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many...
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't resent them. It's more that we are disappointed that they have chosen to...
She speaks of them like a family member.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella of the Moral Inter. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition. It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure predates the coalition. We believe it may even...
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards the same ends. One now committed to upholding moralist values. Strange, isn't it? History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Vesperashi? If you had, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the heart of the city. The old town is a district composed of weather marble, comprising thousands of... But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together.
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
By thousands of people over many centuries, in keeping with a precise plan each believes. Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven in. Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes. She was. There are even those who say that at Vesperashi it's someone Dolores Day. That's why the old town is sometimes... Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction, about 3,000 years. It does, doesn't it? And yet...
Officer, I've held the signal open as long as I can.
Is everything all right? We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible. That's rather optimistic. You must understand. Fortunately, of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events. But it's not really our area of expertise, but we can try to explain. Picture a smooth hill made from fresh dirt. Now, if you stand atop this hill and pour a glass of water, precisamente. We know only that that is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads as... Not exactly. No one can know the future. But with contingency spreads. But we shouldn't overstate their importance. That's impossible to say. It may be that Ravachol has a great role to play.
But didn't the Wild Pines representative say that
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking about the most fantastically complex data visualization. It may be the case that, under certain scenarios, Ravachol is vitally important, as it was during the collision landings in 08. It may also be the case, in many other equally plausible scenarios, that the Ravachol is simply another... Perhaps not. The world is full of great cities that have resolved the questions of their time. It's even possible the cities that will resolve the... For this reason, Responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to highly trained analysts working with advanced radio computers and a steady supply of drones. Even though we are only a second signaler, we can tell you with great certainty that there is no contingency spread for you, Lieutenant Dubois. Simply that there is no such... Please understand, we are not some totalitarian enterprise. We are committed to and bound by the highest values of individual freedom and opportunity. It is a work in progress, but it is also the best way that humanity has found.
It's been a long winter.
Be advised, officer. The signal is liable to...
Lieutenant Dubois, are you there? Lieutenant Dubois, please repeat. Your signal is very... Nothing important, bad connection. Good.
And the lieutenant gives a long sigh as he...
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
The sun-warmed bronze tingles beneath your fingertips and between your thighs. Your legs have grown. You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans and waving their hand-painted signs. Beneath you, you could stay a while longer if you wanted. Out on the bay, a pair of dinghies bob and roll in the waves. Further out, a few dirty icebergs drift to and fro. Further still, at the outer...
Everything all right, Detective? Listen, I understand that you're disappointed that things did not... But that's just how things go. Now come on. We still have a long day ahead.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers. Leave the cables. I don't feel like making 2 trips.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, this was an interesting collaboration. Really? I do not think we were all that successful. In any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. If now you'll excuse me, I have to get back to Yes, what is it?
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and Why? That does seem... I don't know. Only a The mother of humanism towers...
Yes, we all are. Her name? I have no idea what you mean by that.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, it's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your...
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no. Not even your ear canals. No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. And don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right?
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations.
So, what we are experiencing is
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for force. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented, but we are...
Oh yeah, way beyond. No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to study. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say...
Turn this...
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So, you found my shack.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find I was, before I caught you and...
That's her admitting the bullet wasn't in. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage...
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I owe... But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? I don't even understand what you're... Oh, doesn't even matter. How could they be my...
$8 despair.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? No.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. You think I was envious of his conquest?
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pine.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. Like fuck I did. I was in all the time. I went for a leak, 10-15 minutes max. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. No, not since I was 14 and hanging. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Not murder mysteries either.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear that she's...
The fuck do elevators have? Not particularly. Why are you...
That's a pretty good question, actually.
I'm not really into old shit. God damn it!
So you know she's not an antiques enthusiast. Not my jurisdiction, man. But it also doesn't sound like she used that secret.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof.
She has a point there.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
A breech load?
No. A knocked way 80 front loader.
That isn't it.
Never really got into weapons trafficking. Especially not old weapons. Yeah, evident. I considered her a good friend, yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty fuck. What the fuck, man? She's everyone.
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Cool, man, cool. I'm glad you got off on it. What? Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais, for the same reason that she's everyone. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts.
The lieutenant watches her,
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe she does know how to pick 'em. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought fine.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc would go ahead. It's you.
And mine too, you think?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb too. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequency. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, The shot had to have come from afar. No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come, I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too. No, I did not. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murder.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious.
There's a sinister note in her voice.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet.
Those rings around her eyes. Her top.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room. He was still warm, but the bluish light...
Clausia didn't want to turn the lamp on. She was afraid of another shot. She eyes you warily, as she's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal. A leader with no one to lead.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy in the... She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think...
This woman has seen people OD. Glacia wasn't quite there yet.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too... She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a...
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got... She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake look...
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to... As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything...
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what...
Her grip on the gun is tight. Her arms toned. Her posture solid. Martinez lost their value.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to...
That strange, distant fear is getting close now.
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hit fucking hell. And it's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a gun?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny...
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I called...
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. All of this just means that you're effective. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself.
A man in a white suit walks through a garden coaxed from soil that had once been covered. Rows and rows of poppies, most of which have lost their pink. Taking out a knife, he crouches at the end of one flower bed. He scores a seapod very gently. Milky sap begins to...
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have hair...
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed... She's not going to change her mind that easy. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Satellite Officer Vicware looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Mino. We could either take a room. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Direction, lock.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything... What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. And I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine, assess...
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun...
Oh, yes it is.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no... You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
plain red tent. It was pitched by... The plain red tent. It was pitched by practiced hands. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping, it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also
see anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More technological digest. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages, the large cursive of someone who writes quick, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the tough staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can nothing on March 4th. March 5th though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. That name isn't mentioned. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on... Great. M's peon is coming to town. No doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing? Were you supposed to find her? Even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal's stopped being holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that the entry ends abrupt. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition. The most recent entry is from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really
It looks like she might have been...
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Weda's. Especially if she has... No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Classy was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or either way, we need to keep an eye on. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask.
Now is the time! Oh, you will see. Faster, spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world! Hush, hush, Bratan! Now is not the time to celebrate. Now is the time to get ready!
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hit howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk.
Now, Bratan, take me off!
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail.
Now, put me in the bottle!
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float, cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol. The fabric looks almost new again. The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. There is silence. The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems...
I've got to ask, what are you doing? Of course it has. And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask? I would assume, yes. Why did you put it in the bottle? Right, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been...
We're all under stress. This is turning.
Let's go.
trap is full of poor things.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we...
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street?
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know, guys.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The Mercenary Tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
If this turns into a firefight...
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way, Nat.
Pig fuck!
Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking pop.
No one is going to kill anyone.
With a wordless gurgle, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal...
All right! End game!
Wait. It's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have... If you waste time, people will... No. We can do this. Drag it out a little. No, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Howen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
That's right. Plenty of chips.
T, let's fucking do it.
king.
Now is the time. Stop. Easy. Easy now.
Yeah? Who did that?
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church, to rob.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper. One.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your ears. Stop. Just up ahead. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. The oily tail end of your necktie turned fuse glistens.
Yes, I hear commotion.
Good.
I'm all out of shits to give.
Put your...
Shut up!
There's something. Shh.
This is a...
The Cape.
You are...
He is peace. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is genuinely...
The mercenary. My plan is if this...
A sound strategy.
Get lost!
I think no, he didn't. You...
Pig fuck!
Die, yeah!
No one is going...
With the leader.
All right!
Wait. If you wait, no, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
I'm all out.
Put your...
Shut up!
There's some... Shh.
This is a...
The Cape.
You are...
He is peace. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is...
The mercenary My plan, if this...
A sound strategy.
Get lost!
I think he... No, he didn't. He's about... You...
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna...
No one is going...
With the leader.
All right!
Wait. If you wait, no. We can do that. No, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Rude.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner, what do you think?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little... About 50.
That's T.
Now, easy. Easy now.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking compute the... How about the...
Listen!
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public place.
You're lying.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. The young woman stands and looks behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said he was...
That doesn't sound good. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Who the fuck is...
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left! What am I doing? My fucking is... She left! Her room's clean.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just...
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of...
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Yeah. I don't fucking act, so... Sergeant Major Raoul Corton.
As he moves, the interlocking Corti, Cortinal, Major Raoul.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. We're all sentenced to death by lead. Baby blue, yeah. Like some... It was creepy, but fuck do you mean? Talker.
We've heard testimony. People say it was...
Yeah. He liked to chat up. If Laylee was here, he would...
Ready to open fire, Major.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt.
In your ship pipes!
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates.
He was a good commander.
Oh yeah. He would have fucking murdered him.
Listen, man.
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo find his killer. Cop. His killer stands. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam.
Your big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center. Alright, here we go. This is really none of this. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant the same thing happened when we were called whatever. Not after.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready.
She's fucking gone. Stay cool. The company bitch is gone. Laylee's cunt.
Guys,
Hold your ground.
They're afraid. All of... No, the rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
Yes.
Yeah? So what? You should be drunk too. Or, like, drunker. You don't want to die sober, do you? Exactly. Shut up. Let him think. Too much is on the line. He's not gonna fuck it up because of you.
Nah. I'm clear as day.
Enough already! What?
Interrupt me again and I...
Now, you got them both off-piste. He's foaming mad at her. With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around.
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
My name, should you know it, is Jobson AS Men's Fashion Model Colourful Tie, catalogue number J327. One day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really... Jobson AS catalogue number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and from that moment on, we rode, truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi... Drink beer, drink wine...
Your heart is broken, but no, you're going to be mowed down by gunfire. You both did, Ratan.
No, it was her mostly. Don't like this guy. Well, his face has cracked open. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. Smells like a steak on the grill. The burning flesh in your nostrils.
It's good to see you still have capacity. See you on the other side. Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the... From the corner of your eye, you stare down the back. 0.4 God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Time is running out. The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of... The pain flows over your...
God, please.
Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as rude. An unbelievable shot. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His man... Oh God. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raped. The look of vengeance, framed by melt. Here it comes. Death. You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. The pain is too immense to scream. The Hardy Boys are screaming.
Stop! The cop! Protect the...
Feels slick and warm with blood. Most of what's down there, it's all gone. Open your... No. Nothing. A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking.
But you can't. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. It's not all dark. A big pillow falls on you.
This is death. One more door, baby. Of course.
He's not taking it. His body is and rotting.
He can't go. Not if there was a radio in the distance. A radio of the...
Ours turned. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never...
You see Kuno's familiar shape in the foul pants. It...
Coinslot's dead? Just kidding.
all out.
Put your...
This is this sub. Shh.
This is
The kip.
You are
Easy.
He is peaceful. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried.
If this turns
A sound strategy.
the mercenary tribe, my plan is not.
Get lost.
I think he's come. No, he didn't. You
Pig fuck!
Oh, Pete.
no one.
with the leader.
All right!
Wait. If you wait. No, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Stop. All right. Here. Really, you only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a... Nah.
Technically, the other.
King Reaper, you're right.
Okay. Now, easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out. Dangerous. Ask about him for
Sergeant,
as he caught him.
for killing, maiming, and humiliating. Fuck do you mean?
We've heard this.
Yeah, if late.
Ready to open.
Fine, I know.
This did nothing.
Rude.
All of you cunts.
This.
Now, easy. Easy now.
Yeah? How?
His fingers are twitching.
You? How about...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together.
You're
You heard wrong. Your friend wasn't hanged. You
fucking liars.
The shot, the young woman.
I miss.
I know.
What topic?
Yeah.
Yeah? So what? Exact. Shut up.
Nah.
Enough for.
Interrupt.
Now, you got them both off.
You think I care what? She's fucking... Stay cool! The company... Guys, hold your gr...
There? No. The red.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
We should have.
You can.
Hey, but...
She's gone.
What's the matter, loincloth? Got your mouth full of dick.
Shit. This is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and
I'm all out of... Shut up!
There's some... Shh.
This is a misunderstanding.
The kip.
You are.
He is peace. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The mercenary. My plan. If this.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance.
I think he's come. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You
Pig fuck!
Die yet!
No one.
with the leader.
All right!
Wait, if you wait. No, please.
Rude.
All of you cunts. Rip you up.
The gunner. What do you think?
There, on the rim of about 50.
That's T.
Now, easy.
Yeah? Who did? How?
His fingers are twitching.
You think? How about the...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the
fucking liars.
The shot, the young woman.
I missed.
I know.
What topic?
Yes.
Yeah? So what? You should be drunk too.
Nah.
Enough for.
Interrupt me again and you think I care?
The man now is not a good
She's fucking... Stay company. Guys, hold your gr...
There? No. The rest will stay.
Who the fuck?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
We should have.
You can.
Hey, but
she's gone. Forget about it. All right. Really, you only have time for.
I am a... Nah.
Technically.
King Reap, you're right.
Okay. Now fire. Fuck. Dangerous. Ask him.
Yeah. Sarge.
As he caught him.
For killing, maiming, and you... Fuck do you...
We've heard it.
Yeah. If Layla...
Ready to open.
I'll come. In your... He likes...
He was a good...
Oh, yeah. Fuck. Listen, man. Told us what? Baby, it was creep. Find... I know what...
Big talk. but you got him to admit he's a bad leader.
What's the matter, loincloth? Got your mouth full of dick.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and you leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head. Watch out.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul. Blood gushes. An unbelievable Glenn dying in a puddle of blood behind you. Oh God. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger. A look of happiness. His eyes. Here it comes. Death. You can't.
I'm all out of
Put your damn...
This...
Shh.
This is a...
The kid.
You are all...
He is his nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is Jen.
The mercenary. If this...
A sound.
My plan is not to get...
Get lost.
I think no, he did. You
pig fuck! Die yet.
No one is going to...
with the lead.
All right.
Wait, even if no, please.
Rude.
All of you cunts. The gunner. What do you think?
There. About.
That's T.
Now. Easy. Easy now.
Yeah? Who did that? How?
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You. How about the...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging.
You heard wrong. She and...
Fuck.
The shot. The young woman.
I missed.
I know.
That... What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. Dangerous. Ask about...
Yeah, Sergeant.
Azimu Korti.
For killing, maiming, baby, it was in your he likes to...
He was a good...
Oh, yeah. Fucking...
Listen, man.
Told the fuck do you...
We've heard it.
Yeah, if Laylee...
Ready to open fire, Major.
Fine, I know.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing.
Who the fuck?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
We should have...
You can...
Hey, but...
She's gone. Forget about it now.
Yeah.
Yeah? So what? Shut up. Let him...
Nah.
Enough, boy!
Interrupt me again, and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. You think I care what?
The man now is not...
She's fucking gone. Stay cool. The company bit. Guys, hold your ground.
There? No. The rest will stay. They will hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you. You throw the bomb and it's way off.
I'm all out of shut up.
This.
Shh. This is
the kip.
You are all...
He is peace. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is...
The mercenary. My plan is if this...
A sound.
Get lost.
I think, no, he didn't. You...
Pig fuck! Die yet.
No one...
With the lead.
All right.
Wait. Even if it... No, please.
Rude.
All of you cunts and rip you.
Pagana, what do you think?
There. About.
That's T-Team.
Now, easy.
Yeah? Who? How?
His fingers are twitching. That's a
You? How about the...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him.
You heard wrong. She and...
Fucking... The shot. The young...
I miss.
I know.
That... What topic?
Yes.
Yeah? So, shut up.
Nah.
Enough, boy!
Interrupt me again, and I... You think I...
The man now is not...
He's fucking... Stay cool. The company...
Guys.
Hold your ground.
There? No. The rest will stay. They would hold their ground. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Sergeant
Azim Korti.
For killing? Fuck do you mean?
We've heard it.
Yeah. If Laylee...
Ready to open...
I'll come. In your... He like...
He was...
Oh, fucking...
Listen, man.
Told us what? Hey, it was creepy. But big... Fine, I know.
Big talk. But you got...
Who the fuck?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left. What am I doing? She...
We should have arrested her.
You can feel...
Hey, but...
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. With a crash in the fight.
I only ever wanted you to have...
My name, should you know, one day as Troops and Airs catalog number J, and from that moment on, truthful, drink beer.
Your heart... No. You both...
No. This guy, yeah. Smells like a steak.
It's good to see you still. See you on the others. Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. From the... You steered 0. God, you're so frail. You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head. Watch out.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the blood gut. An unbelievable Glenn dying. Oh God. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at the look of Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Warm blood pools underneath you. It's sticky. And there's so... Don't go into shock. Hold on. Most of what's down there, it's all gone. Open your eyes. No. It's just a fear. Even if, who cares? No one wants you anyway. Nothing. A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. Shoot. Dead. You hear your bloody lips mumble. You try to give him your gun, so he just shakes his head, still crouched over you. You hear a distant gunshot, velvety smooth. A red circle has appeared on the lieutenant's jacket. It's growing fast.
Блять. А, фак, заново.
I'm all out of
Would you
shut up?
This is this.
This is
the kip.
You are.
He is peace. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is Jen.
The mercenary. My plan is if this.
A sound strategy.
Get lost.
I think he's come. No, he didn't. He's you
pig. Fuck. Die yet.
No one.
With the lead.
All right.
Wait. Even if it no, please.
Rude.
All of you. Rip you. The Donat. What do you think?
There. About.
That teaching.
Now. Easy.
Yeah? How?
His fingers are twitching.
You think how about the...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot. Your mind grinds to it.
I'm all out of shit.
Would
shut up.
This. Shh.
This is a misunderstanding.
The kip.
You are.
He is peaceful. Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is.
The mercenary tried. If this.
A sound.
If this.
A sound.
My plan.
Get lost.
I think no, he didn't.
You pig fuck! Die it!
No one.
With the lead.
All right!
Wait, even if it comes. No, please.
Rude.
All of you cunt. Rip you.
The gunner, what do you think?
There. About 50 little stick figures.
That's T.
Now, easy. Easy now.
Yeah? How?
His fingers are twitching.
How about the...
Listen.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us
Ну,
find
привет.
the shooter.
Кстати, может быть, сбросился таймер озвучки. Сейчас посмотрим. 200 с 200. Нет, таймер еще не сбросился, еще 6 часов. Так что пока без озвучки. Да, человеков. Не могу разобраться с финальной сценой. Уже переигрываю раз пятый, наверное.
Interrupt me again, and you think
The man now is not a good time.
She's fucking. Stay cool. Company. Guys, hold your.
There, no. The rest.
Так, что там 83%, да?
Hold their ground, even if it means dying here.
Машина или риторика?
Who the fuck?
Glacier, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left. She left.
We should have.
You can. Hey, she's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Ладно, кидай. Давай, зажги их.
With a crash in the fiery.
I only ever wanted you to.
My name should one day Joops and Ears and from that one Joops and Ears and from that moment on we rode together. The rest of your clothes.
Да, потому что на историю нужно много времени. Невозможно играть по 15-20 минут. Просто не успеваешь ничего сделать.
It's good to see you still. See you on the other. Harry, for God's sake, watch out!
Короче, самое сложное, надо уворачиваться.
To your right, the killer raises from the. You steered. 0. God, you're so frail. You leap left. A swarm of angry men passes mere millions.
Так, первый стрел вернулся. Так, осталось Кима спасти.
One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. Blood gush and unbelievable Glenn.
Так, минус Глен. Глен, похоже, всегда умирает. Так, 8% шанс уклониться. Еще ни разу не уклонился. Давай, друг. Нет, по-прежнему падаем. Ну, да, я вообще рано встаю. На работу. Так, отключаемся. Так, вроде жив. Это не игра, это, мне кажется, больше повесть, книжка. Так, спасаем Кима. Давай в этот раз. Должны спасти. 97%, пожалуйста. Есть.
There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight. He's not taking it. His body is not and rotting. And being
He can't go. There was a radio in the distance. A radio.
Hours turned to days. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops.
Так, сейчас я очнусь. Надеюсь, все выжили.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the
О,
orange jacket.
да, Кицураги жив.
Double, then triple from the pain.
Так, а где я нахожусь? В этой комнате.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Гонка за ним в форсе. В кооперативе быстро реально проходить. Потом со временем все быстрее. Часа за 3 можно. Это хорошо. Когда играешь в команде, можно 2 гонки всего лишь проходить в чемпионате из 3. А когда соло играешь, приходится все 3 откатывать. Ну и главное побеждать. Придется раз за разом. Так.
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Переобзывать стрим. Тайна контейнера. Вообще не про контейнер стрим. Стрим.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise Prepare for War. It's an old...
Isn't that written on your...
Ну нет. Вместе со всеми, на самом деле. Где-то более-менее освоился.
Cops like it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up.
Странно, что мне дали пистолет, и так из него не выстрелил. И броня волшебная меня керамическая не особо спасла.
I think we may have held it off for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's what happened. You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the major. Very.
You're a blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you... Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not...
This is not the first person to...
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Yes, he's still alive. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
He nods.
This is the one. The Pole was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor. Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And all.
Да. Хреновый какой-то у меня конец вышел. Надо было сразу брать эту девку и арестовывать. Блин. Все бы остались живы, наверное. Ладно, подозреваемый убежал. Ух.
Yes, officer. 7. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. And we...
He did not expect you both to...
Ничего не нашел. Всю броню.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to... No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent...
Да, она очень муторная и долгая. Ты можешь пройти первые 3 задания, а 4-е надо забить. Хотя, смотри сам. Все-таки 100 фарзатон поинтов. С другой стороны, можно неспешно проходить в течение недели. Не обязательно в один день вальнуть все 4 гонки.
I'm sure they are worried about you. I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you.
Очень вариативная игра. Давай, вставай.
Easy now.
Дедок.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavy.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Evrard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pinch of... Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Don't be narcissistic. Have the cops in Reva show...
That does make some...
What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to...
He's wrong.
Okay. I don't know. That's been there. Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely... We could find thousands more if we wanted.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. What is? Something.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is.
He sounds surprised. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good.
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a...
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through.
Так, в общем, можно все еще раз посмотреть. Скажется, что убийца-то был дворецкий. А, проигрыватель. Ну да, давай. Не надо извиняться. Пока.
The bathroom mirror has been...
Так, что-то можно еще посмотреть. Диванчик, да? Смотрите окно в спальне Классье. Есть мне немножко навыков. Но, возможно, они мне еще пригодятся. Будем пока тратить.
These papers bear the stamp.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for me. I am sure neither of us.
Записка.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted. See you at the return. P.S. I didn't kill him.
Убивал их в
Be a
подарок.
gift. I am not drawing my gun yet.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively to just don't walk into another. Relax. Not.
It's hardly surprising.
Изменим название стрима.
The medicine cabinet. Pity.
I always took you for more of a drunk than a chemical abuser, Lieutenant Hefred.
Да, привет. Сейчас у меня все померли, а убийц не найден. 7 трупов. До финала еще не знаю. Из номера на крышу. А, прям по нитке. Очень интересно. Ну что, неужели здесь была пушка? Здесь сам подстроила, да?
You clearly see foot.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else.
Large print. One person has been here. Everything around you.
Ну вот антенна. Окно в спальне Классье. Что у нас какая-то информация. Вообще не дает. А, вот, поболтать надо.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles. From a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
Откроется еще один остров.
The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference? So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten.
He doesn't really believe this. He is trying to the lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez. Look, he sees danger. Another trap there, across the grey water.
А как это доплыть? Он вообще изолирован.
A birch tree and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
I understand. Not a lot, no. No, I just don't want to walk into another embarrassment.
It's not something he's proud of, but that's the way it is.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village.
Отправиться на остров. Найдите все элементы брони. Вроде убийства, выстрел, струп, терка. Так, надо поговорить, кстати, с товарищами в карете. И на остров. Странно, что пистолет ему не помог.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you? You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wait. I give credit where credit is due.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a
It really took courage. Don't pick at him. He nods back at you. Just 2 badass men make that 3. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
No problem.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Подозрительный очкарик, который всю игру молчит. Ну да, и осталось всего 3 человека.
Seeing you approach.
Crazy motherfucker. There I was, thinking, where impressive shit.
His hand is covered in bruises. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Now, how can I help you? Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. But Angus, he was just a stupid.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He an honest
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never...
Titus makes no attempt to hide his disgust.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. It means you might die tomorrow.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to...
Oh, you might die of a heart failure.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful...
First,
I'm going to find Dennis.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper. The lieutenant shakes his head. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only...
We're hunting that rat down. I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing...
He's right. The numbers are replaceable.
Don't know? Don't.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Nope.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest...
Yeah, but pay Monica a visit in general. She's got a knack for making men forget about...
Hell, you...
Thank you for your advice, Eugene. And you too, Alain.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You all take care, coppers. You...
Copo Loco. And
Thanks for getting involved.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back...
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good offer.
I will, Capo.
Take it easy on the drink.
Good point, Bino Clark.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place. This was Cindy the Scar. The lieutenant crouches.
Looks like it, yes.
The return.
Could be. In Revachol West, someone somewhere is always whispering.
The return to her side.
And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't... You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
О, Серега, привет. Так, а где он тут сигареты может купить? Это четко, наверное, да.
To the left of...
А, здесь нет.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays,
Магний боевой. Синито.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you
Так,
that both
вино,
alcohol
водка,
and cigarettes
пиво.
damage your
О,
health.
сигарета Астра.
Here you go, mister.
Давай я тоже.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and sucking. Get a load of this rock and roll cop. The lighter's dark green disposable.
Hey, you can't smoke in here.
Shut up. It's already happening. Repercussions. There's a it will help you it only lets you concentrate because you're in blah blah blah. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button.
В любом случае надо было зажечь. Попробуем. Зажечь граффити.
The graffiti. This was Cindy. The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. The flames warmed him too.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames
Квест выполнили.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57.
Something is wrong. No reply. Only.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union. It only happens when someone no more dangerous than stepping between I don't like it either, but that's the way you can try calling again. Just don't mention the Tribunal.
They're shutting you up. Everything sounds okay. No dramatic total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft globe.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the... But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that.
Может, последний путь на остров? Отправимся в следующий раз. Чуть-чуть осталось в этой игре. Наверное, часика 2. Не знаю, кто убийца. Всем пока.